Trying to get stream set up. Software. There. Cool. I think we're set. Live V and JE. We really have that off. Hello, welcome. This never gets clipped. Try a new 5.0. Yeah, I'm working on getting it stable this weekend and today. I'm going to basically just be streaming nonstop until I get this done with a few breaks here and there. A few short breaks here and there, rather. And figure out if this is the same. JE might have been more frozen. Let me go check. Main changes between 4 and 5. So 5 has asynchronous training. 5 is pure CUDA, no Python. 5 has some major improvements to various different kernels. And it looks like we're also going to be dropping a few of the old training settings that are no longer required, that we're adding complexity and making hyperparams complicated. Wait, I see. This was live GAE. Hey Jess, I'm just trying to track down a regression real quick. We have about a 1.5 second solve at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I get myself like a bagel sandwich and a soup. My coffee as well. I kind of just eat the same thing like every day or almost every day. I think I could genuinely just have soup with every meal and I'd be happy with that. Like literally just stick me a good diner that always has like a good chicken noodle soup or whatever. And I'm basically set. Perfectly balanced meal. Always good. Do not make soup out of the puffer fish. Um and it's also like so I did not do like the psychotically miserable cut like I did last summer. But that was an extenuating circumstance why I had to do that. Like that literally took hospitalization um to cause this. So this was last summer. I went from 185 down to 167. So this summer I was a little bit leaner to begin with, and I went from like no, I was much leaner to begin with. So I went down from 180, I think 183 maybe, down to 171 and over more time. I didn't, yeah. So it's not bad. Actually, let me see. Was I leaner in this photo or no? I can't tell if I'm leaner now or in this photo. Yeah, I can't tell. It's pretty close. I might be a little bit leaner in that photo, but it's pretty close, and I didn't make myself completely miserable this summer. Psychotic's not exaggerated? No, yeah, it's completely psychotic. It's a 1,500 calorie a day cut while I was running like, I don't know, 30, 40 miles a week and lifting. Holy shit, yeah. Every so often, like when stuff is tough, you know, when I'm dealing with some, I think I was working on like the original Puffer 4 or something back then as well. So sometimes when I'm dealing with something difficult, instead of trying to make other areas of my life easier to compensate, like sometimes I do that, but sometimes I just go completely the other way and just say, fine, if stuff's going to be difficult, everything's going to be difficult, you know? This cut was not even like at all the hardest thing I've done fitness wise. The 50K was so much harder than the cut. It's not even close. Hello, welcome. Uh, eh? How to start researching RL? My guide on X. I have lots of educational material. It's all free. There's no sign up or bullshit. You can start the puffer on GitHub if you want to help me out for free. But lots of research articles here. And then these two guides are for newcomers. My highest rated piece of content. How did you get up to 60 mil SPS? What can I say, man? The puffer is fast. I made some changes, alright? Wait, what? Nah, that's bizarre. As far as I know, he runs multiple agents on one machine. 50 mil for a normal run. No, I can't get 100 mil, I don't think. I mean, I could get 100 mil SPS. Um, but like if I did that, it would basically be pure performative and it wouldn't actually be useful. I could stress test it to like 100 mil throughput through the system. Wait. Huh? What exactly is Pufferlib? It's the fastest reinforcement learning library. I develop very fast RL infra, training, models, architecture. We do our own research. We build our own environments and sims in a variety of different areas. We do it all open source. We also do stuff professionally. Demos online on puffer.ai. They run in your browser. And I kind of stream most of the dev because it entertains me and sometimes it entertains you. That is a side benefit, though. It mostly entertains me. Wait, is my theoretical result wrong or is... Oh. Oh, okay, it's different for the synchronous case. Solves arc. It's not really RL. It's the one real benchmark for it. It's not. It's massively overblown. It's basically just a mostly pattern matching thing that has a little bit of interactivity. Like, there's so many actual real tests for intelligence that are out there, but they make the language models look bad so people don't use them. Also, we do a different form of RL than that. Because the thing is, those, like, you literally can't learn any of those problems from what's given in the problem. You have to bring in external pattern matching knowledge, which is another thing that makes it a very bad benchmark. Yeah, yeah, because otherwise it was still applying important sampling, just unclipped. Okay, do this. Arc's definitely overrated. I mean, it's a cool benchmark, but it's only overrated because people have, like, inflated it, right? It would have been, like, a cool benchmark on its own, but people kind of just, like, way overclaimed with it. What was my main topic? So it's actually pretty funny. If you're interested in my PhD work, I have, are you on YouTube? You are on YouTube. So my thesis is on YouTube. Fairly well watched as well. I put a lot of work into this presentation. Um, it's probably the best presentation I've given. Uh, we got a little bit of griefing on the recording, but it's not that bad. And I worked on neural MMO, massively multi-agent learning, infrastructure, tools, approaches, and environment design for, like, multi-agent learning with lots of agents. And I actually have my thesis here, but I'd really recommend that you just watch the defense rather than going through my whole thesis. The 170 pages of paper stapled together, essentially. Though you can read, like, the abstract of the original thing, the abstract and the intro, I suppose, if you want to learn more about this. And then the one other thing that's kind of cool. So I didn't stop doing neural MMO after I graduated. We actually have a successor environment to my PhD environment that I wrote by hand in C. And it's a little janky on the website. I need to put ship a smaller model so it doesn't look laggy. This is trying to run a neural net in your browser that's too big. But you actually can get all sorts of interesting multi-agent interactions and behavior directly out of this, and then combined with Puffer to make it run fast. 2 years ago? No, 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 not 2 years ago, my guy. I've been working on this since 2017, I believe. 9 years. Okay, now here we're cranking some experiments. Oh yeah, hasn't changed it one bit. If anything, it's like the fact that there's still such big categories of problems where the models are like the foundation models or whatever are bad. First of all, it tells you that they're not really foundation models in the sense that you're not building a strong foundation. Um, they're just big language models or whatever. They've now poured hundreds of billions of dollars into these things, and we still beat them with like 20,000 parameters a lot of the time, or a few 100,000 parameters virtually all of the time on these little problems. So it really hasn't changed my view on this stuff at all. If anything, it's like I kind of roll my eyes and get annoyed uh that like it's subsumed so much of the field, and I get really annoyed that I can't really buy GPUs anymore because the prices have tripled. But, yay, I guess I get to use some of the models to speed up a little bit of my own development work, so that's nice. Okay. What are we doing? We are currently cleaning up Puffer 5 for release, or for pre-release. I'm doing a quick little sweep here just to see if we find anything better on the breakout sweep. Because it's so quick. Like, look, literally every single one of these is a full experiment, like trained from scratch every 2 seconds. I'm trying to see if we just have like a nice sub 1 second solve in there. We have 60 mil SPS training working quite nicely though. That's nuts. What the heck? That's insane. I'm gonna send this to Valo. Like, hey, get our RL agent to do this. Very out there. World model to generate obs. Huh? World models don't give you pattern matching, Jess, at all. That's the opposite. World model gives you dynamics. We learned dynamics trivially. So no, complete opposite of what you need. You need pattern matching in the sense that you need to know what you're supposed to do by looking at the pattern and saying, oh, I need to make this thing match this other thing, right? .833 and 0.73 seconds. Possibly can resweep. I'll let this run a couple hundred experiments because it's super quick. It's occurring to me though that we can literally just like increase the time steps on the current one, and it'll probably work. Right? Yeah, and it is the correct cost as well. No, that's not how MME works. Mixture of experts is not like actually a mixture of experts. Was cost being modeled as GP in linear or log linear? Yeah, it was a deliberate choice, Rob. Because like that doesn't account for a lot of stuff. Like first of all, there are a lot of different variables that can influence the speed. And then second of all, ends themselves oftentimes the speed will change depending on how good your agent is. Was reverting to the mean for uncertain candidates. It should not be reverting to the mean. First of all, we don't even take into account uncertainty of the GP in our current model at all, because I know that the uncertainty estimate was not reasonable for GPs. So second of all, it's not using a linear kernel in the first place, it's linear plus matern. So you do get locality on that. Interesting that we get lots of these stable solves in the 40 mil range, but with slower runs. Wait, 863. I see. Pretty standard and Bayesian optimized. See, I wouldn't know that. Ask Glitzy though. Glitzy knows. Fetch batch size versus getting more terminations. Protein does it for you, Ethan. Automatic hyperparam sweeps. You don't guess hyperparameters. Unless you're trying to like match some existing result, which happens occasionally. I had to do that yesterday actually. You don't just guess hypers. You sweep them. Muon is an optimizer. Piss off. It optimizes things. That's pretty nice. Look at that. Okay. We'll let it go a little bit because that just found 0.77 second. 849 solve. We can always run this more later. You're spoiled in that your sim is fast? No, the sim is fast because I made it fast. You know, in our professional work, typically people come to us with like a big slow sim and then we make it fast. Like, I see, you have a big pile of Python. Well. And then sometimes we'll get people like, oh, no, you don't understand. It's Python, but it's fast because it uses NumPy. It uses the numpy. It's like, all right, listen to me. Even though you have NumPy, you're still running Python over NumPy in a gigantic loop. How did this increase the Pareto front? Log time steps. No, because you're sweeping the model size, you're sweeping the batch and mini batch sizes, right? You're sweeping the horizon, you're sweeping the number of time steps. So yes, like obviously the total time steps is going to have a nice linear correlation, but it is not at all the main or like the only determiner of anything. It's only the case that it's a linear relationship for fixed other set of hypers, you know? Functional. Yeah, but like the way that those interact is a little bit it's a bit fancy, which is why we just do it with the GP, right? 'Oh, I missed these. Anything good in here? Not really. It's funny to me, it's like so lame seeing Breakout taking 2 seconds to solve. $1.2 mil, 3080. I mean, if you have if that's with a GPU env, it's not bad, right? So like 1 mil range, if you're using all the cores, is not great because that means that we can't even speed it up on 8 GPUs. If it's a GPU sim that's in the hundreds of thousands or low millions, that's fine. If it's a CPU sim that only uses like 4 to 8 cores and it's in the low millions or high hundreds of thousands, that's fine. Max suggestion cost can be 100, not... I literally have it set to 3 on this, Jess. It's set to 3. GPU only? That's fine then. Oh, in that case, the thing I just did will speed it up for you quite a bit. So you were asking how I got 60 mil SPS. I CUDA graphed the entire rollout, like the whole env in the loop without breaking. Some other small changes as well, but that was the big one. Not bad. I think we're done. Spin up a little test. Yeah, we're done, like, waiting for sweeps now. Now we get cleaning stuff. There you go. $5 mil. Hey guys, have you ever seen have you ever seen 63 mil SPS training, 900 MS to solve breakout? Let me just send this to Spencer. Smoked. I mean, literally, like, look. Boom. I think it's 026. Yeah, it's still deterministic. 900 MS. 63 mil SPS. Like, I hear you about not wanting to make the function super long, but make the function super long. I don't care. I do not like functions that are only called once. I don't like functions that have one caller. Why does it exist? Why is it separate? Changing buffers backend. Wait, will 5.0 make RNG invariant to execution topology? Buffers or back... So, the backend is just CUDA at this point. No more torch. And if you'll see, this should not concern you because look how simple it is. 5K total lines of code for all of our trainer. That's the model and everything. Buffers will change. Buffers will change trajectories. I don't think you can make RNG invariant like that, man. Like, no, like, fundamentally, like, Blast doesn't give you that strong of a guarantee. If you want everything to be identical, you literally need to be doing, like, the same additions in the same order. So the Blast guarantee just gives you that on... You can have different machines, and even different GPUs, I believe, but as long as you have the same parameters and the same CUDA version, you'll get the same result. Now, there is a seed parameter, and for stuff that is highly volatile, you should just run multiple seeds anyways, which you can do because Puffer is very fast. How the fuck did this happen? 8 mil so faster than warp. It really, it's like it depends what you're implementing, right? What the heck? Oh, I see. That's fine. Oh, beginner should get started? Depends on what you mean by beginner, but my articles, these two articles, depending on where you're starting. Hang on. If you're newer to programming or even just newer to ML and science stuff in general, read this. If you don't think that you're like a whiz programmer already, probably read this. A good litmus test here is if you roughly understand the design of Puffer, you probably don't need this. If you don't, then you probably do. Um, and then this is my guide to RL, which I think I need to take a paper off of this, don't I? Do I have Impala on here? Oh, I didn't have Impala on here anyways. Did I? I need to update this at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna make an updated version at some point. It's pretty good. It's just like I've sort of reassessed my opinion of a few areas where I no longer think that off policy stuff actually is worth looking into because it just doesn't work. And there are a few other areas as well. The problem is if I keep updating it, like every time I end up replacing one of these papers with something else that I've made, I get more and more into Schmidt-Huber territory where I'm only linking my own work, you know? Link here, please. It's just my X. Like, it's just x.com slash, like, J Suarez. Oops. Super simple link. I'll drop it in here, though, anyways. Do I have Restream open? If I have Restream open, I can drop it in. Oop. Oh, we have a good number of people watching. Hello, everyone. There's your link. Just my articles tab on there. Good time to point out, this is all open source. Sorry, the puffer on GitHub if you're new around here. It's free. It helps me out a lot. Count-based RNG. Honestly, like, no, because it really doesn't work. Like the Jack style RNG, first of all, makes a massive mess of your code base. Second of all, often slows stuff down tremendously. We've had several instances where we've been dealing with refactoring Jack's code or like porting it, and the entire runtime of a thing that's supposed to be fast is actually just like completely redundant RNG. And third of all, I still don't think that that's going to even be enough because like it's RNG is not what makes your thing non-deterministic most of the time. It's non-associativity of operations, right? So even if you share the same RNG across everything, that doesn't make your code deterministic. Like, if you increase the size of a buffer or something, and now one of your reduction operations is summing in a different order, like, congratulations, your code's no longer deterministic. So we actually already have pretty decent RNG on stuff. That's not the thing that'll make it non-deterministic. At least on its own, like, changing that would not help, let's say. Incredible how bad LMs. Yeah, convert. I mean, it's kind of fun, honestly. I like doing my env dev by hand. Heck is this in softmax? IS softmax? How do you think about reproducibility? Is bitwise determinism? We do have bitwise determinism. Like, we have bitwise determinism as strong of a guarantee on it as you can get from CUDA. So, like, assuming you're going to use cuBLAS, right? Can we agree that you're going to use cuBLAS for matmls? Because as soon as you're using cuBLAS for matmls, CUDA itself is not deterministic across different versions of CUDA, right? So if you run our same config and everything on the same version of CUDA, you get the same result. That's as strong of a guarantee as you can possibly get. And that's typically the guarantee that you want, because it guarantees, like, if you run an experiment, right? And you run it again, you'll get the same exact result. So if you like run an experiment and you change something that you don't expect to affect your numerics at all, but your numerics change, you know that you messed up. Puffer Vidya G. I mean, realistically, you probably could make something domain specific for Puffer that would be really good, because we have a pretty different set of needs from most other stuff out there. But like, yeah, that would be crazy expensive for the stuff we're doing. Like, that's not even remotely practical. I do hope in the future, though, that like eventually there's so much money right now on all the AI chips. Um, I do hope eventually we just get a massive boost in manufacturing capability, and it becomes, as a result of that, it becomes incredibly cheap to tape out your own chips. That would be really, really nice. I don't know enough about hardware to know if that's true. Hmm. No cool research. 20. That's a little bit of code. Just cut this out. Where did it add this? Naively. Yes, it's ridiculously faster than that. We have all sorts of axes of parallelism. We have some pretty fancy CUDA graphing. Our architecture is co-designed for this, for hyperf. I mean, if you take like any sort of standard-ish RL loop and then you just like naively port chunks of it to C++, you won't get anything close to what we have. I see. Oh, Jesus. Is this all in Create? Wait. Yeah, that's the 150 lines. AI bubble? There's not an AI bubble. There is an LLM bubble though. Lovely. Models are really dumb. Rock 4.6 high, soda, blah, 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 blah. Models are stupid. Soda, yeah, it's still stupid. Happens every single update. Oh, have you seen a new model? It's so smart now. Now we totally cannot think anymore and just use language models for everything. See, I was right. I told you so. And then, like, one day later, it's like, man, that's the stupidest mistake I've ever seen. I don't know how you can write 1,000 lines of code in 4 hours, Convert. It would take longer than that. Yeah, unfortunately, their thing doesn't work. Copied chunks of robocode. Well, that definitely took longer than 4 hours to write. I think I wrote the original, like, 300 line version of robocode in about 4 hours. 730. 89 ms. Model's very dumb. RL for chip design company. I mean, that's one application. I don't think it's the most valuable application. My biggest hope for Puffer is scientific sim. Stuff in bio, material science especially. So I kind of see bio as the problem that we need to solve if we want to be around to solve anything else. You know? Recent comments not showing, don't know why. Sometimes the chats just don't work. Ooh. Fin results. PR on NetHack. The fin turn. Harnesses. I've used the one that is shipped with the model. So like it's the native one. Rock, Claude, Soul, they're all dumb. Every single time somebody comes to my chat like, oh, but you didn't try this version with this. And I go, try it, and it's still dumb. Like, you can't write for loops around something stupid and make it not stupid. No, protein folding is one tiny part of bio. You don't solve bio by solving protein folding. There's so many different things that you can do in sim. Hey, Finn. Thank you for NetHack PR. Hang on, this is an overestimate. Let me just show this off real quick. How's 900 ms for a breakout solve? All right, let's try this. Yeah, I made, for preferences, I made this thing, which, I mean, this is really dumb. It's just me writing down, like, this is how I refactor stuff. It actually does help in some sense. It doesn't make it work, but it reduces the amount of frustration for sure. I'm probably going to ship this without any comment with Puffer 5. What? Inversely correlated? Isn't biology's value almost inversely correlated? Um, no. I mean, it depends what you mean by valuable. I figure I make plenty of money doing this stuff regardless. I mean, in terms of, like, actually solving problems we care about. Coding has not been largely solved earlier this year. These models are fucking horrible at it. The people saying otherwise are simply bad programmers. Truly that simple. They can do lots of stuff. They make a complete and utter mess. Just kidding. It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard to tell, man. People literally come in my chat asking, like, why should I learn to think about anything anymore if the LLMs can think better than I can? And then I tell them, you know what? You're right. You probably shouldn't think about things. Go become a plumber. You'll have a much more fulfilling life, make more money, and nobody will have to deal with your dumbass in CS. This is true, Convert. I have much, much more respect for your average plumber than I have for your average, like, Google software engineer. Mm-hmm. Gas Town? No. What is this, another, just like dystopian whatever? Lots of flood. Ripped? I don't know what that even is. Alright, let's see. Dead rollout. Okay, that's fine. Good. But okay. Good. Go. Well, actually, hang on. What even is this mess, dude? Ugh, stupid. I honestly don't even know what I'm looking at here. We'll clean this up. Popular is uniquely positioned that no one else is working on. Um, I think it's in general, it's allowing you to have simulation that optimizes to an objective rather than to just specify the conditions and see what happens. If you want the stupid tech bro version of it, it's like simulation plus plus. The technical version of it is just like RL with FastSim that actually works. General purpose interactive optimization, I suppose. It's not that the environment learns. You could view it as a form of intelligent search in Sim. It's not quite, though. Go away. Um, I mean, if you think about it, like, there were a lot of completely worthless devs long before there was any AI. And in general, there are a lot of people doing completely worthless jobs long before AI. So, like, yeah, you can automate lots of things with AI, but you can also automate lots of things by just not doing them because they're not adding any value anyways. So I don't particularly care. Environment adapts in accordance to age. That's just non-stationary problems. RL works with non-stationarity quite well. I know from your thesis defense you do have options. Opinions, what do you think? I mean, I always thought that, like, the just scale up big sim and do RL in it would be a viable path to general intelligence. That ship seems to have mostly sailed at this point, not necessarily because it was wrong, but just because the thing that people have already made the massive monetary investment in is language models, and there's a lot of inertia. Um, there's some things that you'll get out of that that you wouldn't have gotten out of my version, but I think there are a lot of things from what I was saying that you're not going to get out of language models. So I guess you can still massively scale them in simulation for RL, but like, yeah, prepare for that to cost trillions of dollars with how inefficient their stuff is. Um, Meanwhile, we're still going to just be here learning domain specific solutions to a variety of problems for pennies. So do with that what you will. World models are mostly, at least in an RL context, mostly a scam. They're very cool outside of RL, but as like, oh, we're gonna use them for RL environments, I think mostly a scam. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't care about stuff like disrupting global economy or whatever. Like the world is very simple in my like the way I look at it. It's like there are a lot of problems that exist. Um they're obviously more important than a lot of the other things that we spend most of our days thinking about. Like disease is not solved, resources are scarce. They don't have to be. Like we have a lot of problems that we are going to solve in the next 100 years that we're going to look back on like, wow, those cavemen could have solved that so much earlier and they didn't. So let's just fucking solve them now. I don't know. Things very simple to me. How would I scale up approach work in terms of application? The stuff I'm doing now, probably just bigger lab, trying out, just kind of trying out this stuff in various areas to get a better sense of like where things need to be better for it to work. More horizontally than vertically. Okay, that's minus some lines. I don't know, Prime's sort of like whatever. They do some stuff, I guess. Hmm. What in the hell is this? Programming originally like games, but I was 11 or something, so I know what you'd expect. Right. Well, it's just like I'm not even using this to implement stuff, you have to realize. This is just like straight refactoring stuff and it's still fucking up like really easy things. Totally stupid, right? Why like there's no reason to ever do that. Are you SSHing in a time? So I was, and then both of our tiny boxes just dropped a GPU randomly, and we can't run anything on them. So far, that's probably cost me in the realm of $8,000 or $9,000, and it's probably going to cost me 15 grand by the time I actually get back in person to be able to repair them. More if any of the cards are actually dead. So, yeah, kind of a disaster overall. Kind of bullshit. We don't really itemize Jess. We kind of just negotiate a price for the thing that we're doing. It's not like replaceable work or anything. It's highly skilled. It's like cutting edge research. How much kernel dev and learning can be done with a 5090? That's what I'm running on. That's all you need. Like a 5090 is actually the fastest chip for this. You don't need a Pro 6000 at all. We're not, look at this. 1 gig of VRAM. Most of our stuff uses like 2 to 6 gigs of VRAM. You don't need any of the Blackwells. Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, CUDA is very good. What are we doing today? We are pretty much doing pre-release work. We're cleaning up various leftover bits of the code base. We've gotten some major perf improvements right at the end here. We have new soda on a lot of stuff. And I am going to be doing lots of env integrations and fixes as well in a second here. See if what that makes it shorter. Ubuntu, do not run Arch. Do not run Arch. Should be able to fix this. I got one thing to figure out on the side here. Quick. Yeah, I forgot this. How did this get longer? Sorry. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck, right? You start learning. Yeah, my guides. I have lots of articles, research articles, but also educational ones. It's all free. I'm so confused. And let me finish what I'm doing on the side here, and then I'll just figure out like why this thing is being so dumb. Recommend learning C. I don't know if I'd recommend C++ like at all. I generally think people do Python and then do C. It's in my guide, actually. You spend a little bit of time if you're brand new to programming in Python, and then you go to C. And that's it. And then stuff is like generally good and it makes sense and it isn't horrendous. I mean, I very, very rarely see good C++ code. Like, it's like, hey, should I just learn? It's like, do you really want to spend your life just working with fucking terrible code bases? Because, like, honestly, it's one of the most frustrating things ever is software engineering with, like, stupid code bases. It's like if your job is professionally to solve puzzles, but to solve puzzles with, like, idiots that have half the pieces stuck up their noses or whatever. It's just awful, you know? If you want to subject yourself to that, like, I guess, sure, go ahead. I can't stop you. But, you should know what you're getting into. Zig is generally, like, okay. I don't really have a need for it, but it seems fine. It's just that C in general, it's like, C gives you fewer things to fucking make a mess with. Like, a lot of C code is just kind of easy and obvious. It's a very small language. Um, it's kind of more obvious when you're being an idiot about things. Let me finish. Just one thing to do on this side here, and then I'll continue on the code. I don't know what's going on here. We'll fix this. Twitch viewership has quadrupled, has it? How many people are watching this? 28 plus whatever's on X. 17 on YouTube, 8 on Twitch, and then however many on X. It doesn't tell us. Cool. Yeah, it is going to be cool though today. Like, we do have some fun plans because as soon as I finish this, I'm hoping this is like going to be 9,600-ish lines, maybe 9,500-ish lines by the time I'm done cleaning. And I'm not going to do all of the cleaning today because that would just be incredibly boring in one session. I'm going to get it to be like decent, which is just fixing these last few changes. We'll merge it, and then we'll have some fun time on all the different environments that I get to mess with, right? Yeah, but X doesn't tell you concurrent viewers. X only tells you X tells you the total number of people that have like scrolled past your post or whatever. I can't do anything about the ads. I literally have it set on the minimum. Does cleaning help? Cleaning up the code? Absolutely. Learning C. The C book. Though honestly, the C book just tells you the language specifics. Like, you kind of just need to know the basics of the language and then implement some things. Implement some basic RLMs. That's how I mostly. I mean, I learned C in college, but I never used it. That's how I got back into it. It's like a very simple language. There's not much to learn. You're mostly just learning how a computer works if you don't know that already. X's view count doesn't really show concurrent. Code become faster or small? Both. It's important that the code is compact. It's incredibly important that the code is compact. Um, a lot of the speed optimizations come from just making the logic very tight and then noticing redundancy. Okay, let's see what it's doing here. Okay, so we delete this kernel. I see eval. Ah. Uh, Stanford good for CS. Uh, I don't know compared to what, frankly. My systems classes were so terrible that, like, I didn't touch C for the next decade. They were fucking horrid. My intro theory course was very nice. My intro programming course was okay. Not great, but like okay. Intro data structures was okay. What else was good? CS 231N, the deep learning class was very, very good. One of the few courses I actually will say pretty much exclusively good things about. Uh, yes, I guess if they call it that, sure. Let me use a restroom real quick and grab a drink, and then we will figure out what the hell is wrong with this. I don't know what's happening with this. It's very weird. Um, and then we'll fix some stuff from there because it's just being dumb. All right. Okay, here's what we're gonna do now. It does not. The encoder writes logits. I see. Then just hang on. Okay. So then we just have to figure out this advantage versus loss thing. Did you take RL course? No, there wasn't any RL back when I was there. Courses at least. Hello. Welcome. I am sort of. Hmm, let me think about this. So, grid size. The issue here is going to be the PPO loss is going to have a different launch architecture, right? Because that's going to be purely element wise. whereas the advantage function is going to be sequence-wise. GAE needs packed live V before the loss. One line gather of the last column. GAE does not read importance. Okay, yeah, this is very janky. There's got to be a way to do this that makes some sense, right? Okay. So this thing needs importance. Heck. Okay, so we get rid of eval policy. Wait, where's Arch Ford train? Oh. It's a lot of just moving the order of things around, frankly. Like, do you see how with this thing, I told it to do something and it got stuck because it couldn't make literally the one leap of logic that's like, oh, this piece of logic is down here. But in fact, we could move it up here and then we wouldn't have this dependency. This is why I say these things are not smart. They fail they consistently will fail at like one-step reasoning problems in complex domains. It's like, okay, the domain knowledge is a bit complex, but once you have the domain knowledge, it's a very, very simple problem. to reason about. Yeah, to be fair, a lot of research scientists are absolutely terrible programmers. Presumably they have engineers, but and good ones. That would actually be funny though, wouldn't it? That like the simplest explanation of why like the all the AI writes such bad code is because the devs think that it's writing good code. That'd be pretty funny. This is a little annoying. I didn't expect to have to do this now, but it is kind of genuinely the case that needed at this point, so Last company. It'd be pretty funny if Nvidia didn't know either, don't you think? Like, I don't know, it's Ilya. He's doing something probably. Here's the pitch. We're going to give you equity. We're not going to tell you what it is. You will give us compute. Sign here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. We're gonna assess this primary thing just by whether it's shorter. If it's shorter, we'll merge it. Shorter and faster, we'll merge it, and we'll consider from there. Ilya. To be fair, Ilya was actually like very, very smart. He was a cool guy. Well, I mean, like, was in the sense of when I was at OpenAI and talked to him. I haven't spoken to the guy since. Okay. Ilya was very focused. Very, very focused guy. Okay. That regressed, actually. That is a regression right there. How can you even value a startup? Well, you just pick a number. How do you think they do it? They just pick a number. They're like, ah, yes, I think it's this one is worth $20 trillion. This one, nah, this one's not very valuable. This one's only worth $500 billion. Mm-hmm. I'm just letting it basically numerical check versus the previous because it's making a mess here. Um, Final eval is very simple. It's just whether we make it shorter, which we should because basically I noticed that it was redoing the logic calcs. I could just undo all of this stuff and just drop vtrace entirely. But I think that practically speaking, importance would be a kind of a nice thing to log anyways. So I think it's free. I don't think the structure gets any more complex either. Automate research. Let me know when anybody else has RL working that they got within the language model. It's gonna be like the language model git cloned pufferlib and now RL works. Oh my god. Okay, we did actually delete some lines. Let me just do this. This is the same speed as before. 914 might be a little bit slower. We'll double check. Spam caller. Decline. Expected spam caller. It's pretty funny. It's like, we used to have a lab with 1,000 people doing research, but now we have a lab with 2,000 people trying to automate the research. Has any research gotten done? Well, no, not really. But if we automate it, it'll be really cool. Yeah, they're really great. That's why I've been fighting with them to do some basic refactors for the last 3 hours. Can I move this code down to here? Oh, no, you can't move that code down to there. That wouldn't work at all. Why can't I do that? Wow, because there's this piece of code over here. But what if I move this piece of code up to there? Oh, well, yeah, then that would work really well. Oh, okay. You know? Mhm. Time. Wait, log P. It's kind of funny that every year it seems like the research space just gets fundamentally less and less serious. Like I will freely admit that by the time I got into ML was already pretty easy. Like if you got into ML before deep learning era, that shit was hard. And it also didn't particularly work very well, to be fair, which was like not the most exciting space to be in. How was OpenAI internship? Awesome. I've been pretty public in saying it was the best place I've ever worked. I don't think it's the same company remotely today, mind you. Perfect. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Lovely. Perfect. Are we in the wrong branch? How much you get paid for PhD? Nothing. Like as a student, you mean? I don't know. Was it like 40K, 50K? $20K, 30K? Yeah, you can't live on 30K though. So it's been adjusted so that you can actually like cover rent and shit. What if I don't have a guy? So I mean, I knew my advisor going in because I worked with him at OpenAI. So I didn't have that problem. Hang on, let me fix this thing on my other side. Oh, I'm dumb. cost is much lower. Yeah, UK kind of just screws everyone though on salary. Purchasing power parity. See, the thing is that's bullshit. Um, because like the reason that's bullshit is because if you wanted to in the US, if you're making like 5 times the amount and saying, "Oh, but it's 5 times cheaper," which is not, you can just like move to the UK with all your money or anywhere else in the world that you want. So like the oh, it's quite good for local is always bullshit. The only thing that I think is legitimate with that is like the minimum amount that you have to spend um like in wherever it is you're working. That can be adjusted, but all the other adjustments are kind of bullshit. Basically, people come up with a lot of really, really, really good reasons why they shouldn't actually be paying you anything. Yep. Staged. Okay. 9925. 9925. We have a bunch of bullshit in here. Are you currently working or what's the game plan? I have this on the side. I'm doing the merge. We're merging this clean and then we're gonna start on the environments. But this has plus 200 lines. Ah, okay, that's fine. MIT might not pay that much. Well, it also depends on it depends on fellowships and stuff. I don't It's not 50 with without like extra fellowships and stuff. I think it was I think it was in the 40s. I don't really remember. Portion. Fine. What's day to day like during PhD? You do some research and then probably obsess over some annoying conference deadlines and other bullshit. It's mostly like what I'm doing now, but with more bullshit and less money. Do this merge. The conference BS is so insane. Oh yeah, it's even worse. It's worse now. It was bad when I was a PhD student already though. It's not like this is just something in the last few years. It's kind of always been bullshit, but it's way more bullshit cuz at least people would be reading your stuff. I mean, they'd be stupid, but they would read it or part of it. Huh? Branches. Why can't I see my branches? What the GitHub? Ugh, this is so ass. I just want to remove. I'm so confused. Branch protection rules. That's not what I want. General. Default branch. Top left code. No. I want to remove. You used to be able to go here, delete like a current branch, and then just make a new one under the same name. They fucked with it. Shitty devs. I generally don't like doing like branch deletions from command line just because I just am always afraid something's going to be fucked up with their API, and I figure that they'll test their browser more. Yeah, how why couldn't I get to this? Next to the drop down? No? Oh, here. Okay. They definitely still moved it. Okay, so we get rid of this. Ah, undo that. Definitely undo that. That would be very bad. That's why I do this from the browser. That right there is your perfect example. I'd have it locally anyways, but still. Okay, so this one goes away. And then, oops, 5C. There we go. That closed some PRs. It shouldn't. Whatever. Okay. Cool. So we have this now. 8 files again. We're back to what it's supposed to be. Was closed in Pathfinder. Okay. I'm gonna need a list of those. I didn't even know that GitHub did that. That's annoying. Well, actually, that's perfect. The tracker just gives me a list. I'll go address those because I'm gonna still get Pathfinder and stuff. Again, I don't need the PR open to be able to merge it. I just need to not forget them. You can resend it as if you want. Otherwise, I'll just grab it. Okay, so I guess then the next thing is the binary. Actually, that's fine. Then you can't. Then the error is impossible. Yeah, the error is impossible. Which is the one? I literally have it set to 30 seconds of ads, which is the lowest it will let me set it to. If you have Prime, you can drop a Prime sub. It'll disable the ads, I'm pretty sure, but that's about it. If you don't have, like, Twitch Turbo or whatever it is. And again, this is not like me being able to set it. That's just how Twitch works. It lets me set, it lets me set ads, but minimum 30 seconds. Thanks, Jess. Restream doesn't even show me subs. That's a little awkward. Okay. Nice. Now, now I think we can move this. I know what we're gonna do. I know exactly what we're gonna do. Watch this. So, oops. Oh no, we don't. Is there anything that we need from here? Why does moving a directory take? What is it doing? That should be a no. Like that should literally just be a rename. What the fuck, man? Okay. It is totally stuck, isn't it? Well, we'll make use of it now. Position. Fine. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is exactly set up the way it needs to be. And then a lot of this is going to be pretty easy from here. It's going to take me a second to figure out how to set this up, but it'll be well worth it. Hang on. Turns out we got this was running the whole time. I see like 18Ks. That's very good. Just gonna automate a bunch of like testing basically, and then I'm going to hopefully be able to just spend my time debugging all of the ones that don't work. 4.6, I can't really tell the difference. Still fast. Do all M's need a sweep? Yeah, they will. Did you solve async algo? We solved quite a bit of stuff. I'll show it off in a second here. Let this job get running. Cool. So here's the situation at the moment, right? We now have a pretty compact. I still need to prune a couple things, but overall pretty compact source. Shit, what do we have on this box that matters? Anything that matters here? Why is it so weird? Yeah, PPO. Hang on, let me figure something out real quick so I don't mess this up. Oh, I know what happened. This vast instance shit, okay. Okay, this is fine though. I can just get rid of the checkpoints. It's fine. Just take this. Using leopard wind. No. I don't know what that is. What the fuck is wrong with this stupid thing? I remember this being a thing. I'm trying to remember what I did to fix this. Rewind stream, but only if you're a sub? That's weird. That's Twitch, as far as I'm aware. You can let me know if there's a way to change the setting for that. I don't think there is, though. Yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm basically just going to set this thing up to test all of the envs. I'm a moron. That's why. Yeah, there we go. Stupid. I just forgot that I made a change. Okay, that's my bad. There. I'm gonna be right back. Let me use the restroom real quick. All right. Previous comment. Test. Finn, I think Finn did have conditional trees. We're gonna actually merge NetHack in a bit here. We're just gonna try to get the initial web pages working first. This is basically just automating a big chunk of the really annoying, boring release work that I normally have to do, which is just testing all the M's, making sure that stuff runs. Aim to use Puffer next research project. Welcome. You're gonna have Puffer 5 available to you quite soon. This is it right here. Pretty compact. YouTube is blocking GAE. That's so funny. Oh yeah, I can say what happened with GAE. So you don't need vtrace. We left the vtrace path in because you can still play with it in case anybody doubts that result, and also because I did have a very nice theoretical result with that anyways. Um you don't need prioritized replay because of the Muon not Muon, the new architecture having a very long horizon bootstrap, so we stripped out prioritized replay. We still have Soda. You don't need advantage normalization. That one you don't need because of Muon, which is super nice. We were able to simplify things quite a bit. This is going to be like 9.5k-ish lines. there is a little bit of bloat right now in the CPU infra and stuff that we can remove. I think 9.5-ish K will be the rough target for 5.0. Vtrace is going to be, yes, Vtrace will be off by default. And it will not be in the sweeps. So we delete 4 or 5 hypers, I believe, from the defaults, which is very nice. New architecture. New architecture is from 4.0. It's Muon. Well, Muon. Puffernet. It's Mingru, not Muon. Excuse me. Mingru with highway connections. Okay. This thing is so what this thing is doing now, for reference. You can see all these runs with all different VRAM usage. This is Snake, Tetris, Asteroids, Drone. You see it's just running lots of different ends. But basically, I'm just automating testing all the train runs, and I'm going to have it build all of them to the website. And I'm also going to have it dump a web page with all of the current scores, so I can see which ends are obviously either broken in that they won't run, or broken in that the current config sucks. What am I doing? Looks interesting. This is pre-release cleanup and testing for Pufferlib 5.0, which is the next major release of the fastest reinforcement learning library out there. We train tiny superhuman agents on very small amounts of hardware. We can push through like ridiculous amounts of training data. We have all sorts of research that's co-adapted for this exact use case, and I stream most of the research. At the moment, I spent this morning like cleaning up a bunch of just refactor mess, like pruning out some code that we no longer needed and refactoring some stuff around it. That went pretty well. We got some performance increases as well out of that. And now I am at the part where I can basically just automate a lot of the pre-release work, where I have to make sure I have all of the different environments running. The first stage of that I can mostly automate. So that's what's going on here. Small. How small? 1 GPU. I'm using a single 5090 for testing, but even so, like this local machine has a 3080, and I can train pretty much anything on that as well. It'll just take 2 to 4x longer. Our big runs are like 8x 5090. That is considered big. But I mean, if you look at the amount of data that we can push through it, it is actually big, because at that size, we can do over 100 million steps per second training for a lot of our runs. What kind of parameters? Anywhere from like tens of thousands to low tens of millions. And you'd be surprised how much you can do with that. Like, you can get superhuman on a ton of tasks with that. I think the driving model is like a million parameters, maybe less. Drone model's definitely under a million. Some of our harder problems end up being like 12 million or whatever. But most of our professional applications end up being like single digit millions. What? My article's on x.com/J Suarez. I have lots of educational material. It's all free. Offer itself is open source. Yeah, this is all throwaway. This is fine. Yeah, okay. This is still queuing more M's. Cool. Nice. Okay. Hell. Whatever. I build something using model. Cool. I mean, you can train all of our models locally. They're all pretty quick. In fact, look, this is like all of our different M's being trained 1 GPU each. We have like 50 of them. So I'm mostly just trying to figure out which ones need manual work or manual repairs and which of them are like already working. And which of them like I can semi-automate the stuff versus which of them are really just going to need me to spend a few hours. Okay. This looks almost done. This should give us uptime, score, and perf. Both are built. Oh, look at this. This is cool. Nice little status page, right? We might even want to keep something like this, depending on how much of a mess it is. Probably not keep a live version of it, obviously, but we can keep like a just a static table on the site. Okay. So we have lots and lots of N's. Skipped. And done. Major release points of 5.0. Pure end-to-end Q2C, no Python whatsoever. Async mode training delivers about 2x perf. We have GPU env support. We have additional CUDA graphing and kernel improvements that give about another 50% for small models. So mostly a lot of perf. We also do have a very small soda just from a couple very small algorithm tweaks that actually makes the core algorithm quite a bit simpler as well and easier to sweep. Oh yeah, we still have to do that in Constellation. I forgot about that. Okay, this is not bad. We can work with this. So we're gonna keep it really simple today. I could just like try to summarize everything all at once, but we're gonna just keep the work really, really simple today. We're gonna have more complicated stuff to do tomorrow when we hit the like the heavy envs, is my guess. So we're just gonna keep the work really simple today, and the goal will just be to have this page like mostly full of good demos. point. Oh, thank you, Glitzy. Can you pull that up real quick? Actually, if you have that run, can you tell me whether the model looks decent? Like, is the perf miscalibrated on that? Edge AI doesn't mean anything. That's a meaningless term. Unless you're talking about working in AI porn, in which, sure, that has plenty of application and money. So it's also kind of fucked up. I don't know. I like to give stupid questions stupid answers. I only give willfully stupid questions mean answers. Normally I just give stupid answers. Glitzy isn't his name. Yeah. I don't know about that one. There's I mean my screen name in games is typically Hex, so I don't think I'm one to talk. That's edgy in a whole different way. The hot dog. I don't even know what this said. I don't know what this conversation is. Hey Glitzy, do you have the config somewhere? I would take the config for that real quick. Laptop booting, okay. On Discord. Thank you very much. Do you know if that one looks any good? This is kind of fun. This is the exact way I wanted this to work, where I just like basically have all the ends. I vaguely remember like the status of each environment, so I know roughly what needs to be done in each case, and it's like typically a relatively simple set of experiments or tests or whatever. This should catch like almost all of the ends worth of screwiness just today without me having to do without me having to do too much for it. Which is great because I always hate doing the pre-release work. It's just always such a pain. And if I have to do less of it, yay, you know? We get back onto real research faster. Maybe I'll have an extra couple weeks to sneak something else into 4.0, I mean 5.0. Maybe I'll have an extra couple weeks to do NetHack and self-play. No, anything other than just wasting the time dealing with random bullshit. Yeah, you can let me know when you see the asteroids policy if it looks like perfect or if it looks like kind of jank. Porting Mocha. Wait, what Mocha? Mocha's a boss in RuneScape, alright? If you were porting Mocha, like that Mocha, I'd be very excited. That thing is hard. Oh, okay, yeah, that one. Well, that is also exciting. I may look into that. No. Leave the RuneScape stuff to Valo, okay? Like, you need to be a top 1% player in the game to understand whether shit's working correctly. Believe Valo to do it. We definitely need to showcase some of Valo's work with 5.0. It's really good. We'll give him a little bit of spotlight as well on there are a few different projects I definitely want to make sure we highlight a fair bit with 5.0. Definitely one of them. What time is it? Jesus, how is it 4 p.m.? I thought it was like 1 or 2. Huh. Well, no worries. I know I'm going to be doing an evening stream tonight anyways. I do want to make sure I have my headset charged for dinner. To be fair, I did get stuck refactoring, I did get stuck refactoring for a while, and we got 60 MSPS today, so I can't complain. We got stuff done. And I really don't have anything to do tonight other than just work on this. So I'm probably gonna just go get a quick dinner in an hour and just like come back and stream this until I go to bed. Mexican soup indeed. Stream about programming. Uh I don't think so. Bunch of checkpoints to go through. Uh so from what I see, Glitzy, it looks like it found a utterly massive network. And I looked at the obs real quick just now, and it looks like it needs an entity encoder. Because it's just like a list of all the positions. You know? But this is exactly why I'm doing it this way. Like, we have 50 M's to go through. You know, maybe half of them will work out of the box. The other half of them, I expect most of them to sort of just fall over if I give Brock, like, roughly, you know, it's probably this, go see if this is the thing that's wrong. And then there'll be a few M's left that are still weirdly broken that I'll actually have to deal with myself. You know? When you want order, it is order invariance, Jess. It's when you have a set of points or a set of things in the obs. So you have a set of asteroids you can observe. The alternative to this would be to like line them out on a grid. Why do you vibe code? I'm not vibe coding. This is debugging. Let me explain to you what I'm doing, actually. Um, Here, I'll show you what I'm doing in a second. This thing is not actually supposed to be writing any code, for the most part. Like, there might be a few bug fixes out of this. But this is not actually writing, like, any durable code. So look. This is a throwaway interface, okay? This is for debugging. It's not getting kept, at least not in this form. If I like having something like this, I will write a version of this myself that is much less bloated and like contains key information. Okay? So what I have this thing do, so first of all, I finished a refactor before. All right, and now we have a stable version of Puffer 5. This leaves us with like 50 environments to test. Normally, I have to go through every single release and I have to go through each and every environment. I have to build it myself. I have to run training, and like half of them will work out of the box and half of them will not work out of the box. Like I will have broken something in them in the process of doing the next version of development, right? So what I did is I spun up an 8 GPU VAST instance. Speaking of which, let me make sure that I'm not running out of credits on the thing. $800. Think we're okay? Yeah, I think we're okay. So I spun up an 8 GPU VAST box. I gave this thing access to the VAST box, as well as access to a local build of our docs, and the build command and the run command for everything. And I basically said, hey, go run all of our default experiments, right? And list everything on like a throwaway web page here, locally for me. And then for all the envs that don't train correctly, right, and you can't like deploy the build to the website, basically where anything goes wrong, like ask me what to do. Because I have in my head, I roughly know what tends to happen with each of all these environments, but having to go through everything manually just takes absolutely forever and is miserable every single release. So I figured this time I would give this a shot. And this is not going to work for every env, but if this works for 80% of the envs, that still saves me a lot of time. Let's see, do you have your the Boxabon config as well from your sweep? How cool. Never seen a stream like this. Do you even check code anymore? I check a lot of code. In fact, I read, like, literally, I just spent weeks on the refactor, like, cutting 4 to 5,000 lines off of the source code of Puffer, like, bit by agonizing bit. I generally consider the models to be very, very bad at writing good code, but that does not mean they're not useful for some stuff, right? I can still automate a lot of stuff, but like all the core code essentially still requires a huge amount of manual effort and will for the foreseeable future. Setup runs for different models. This is a different type of RL. So if you check puffer.ai, these are all environments with models that will run on the game or on like the drone or the driving end, all in your browser. So we train tiny task-specific models on ridiculously fast simulation. We're talking tens of millions of steps per second. And then we use these to test our core RL algorithm and the core capabilities of our library. This is the highest performance RL library out there by over an order of magnitude. And this is how we benchmark everything. Asteroid, 6 layers. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I already have, I basically am just gonna try the minimal entity encoder on that, let's see. I think that'll probably do a decent job. We'll see. No, people are legitimately asking me that, dude. And that's just basically, I don't actually blame the viewers for that, except the people that are like, should we think at all? I mostly blame, I blame the big labs for deceptive marketing. It's basically people that are now like raising hundreds of billions of dollars to completely pervert the field and lie their asses off. I kind of look at the AI lab execs like I look at the you know, the Marlboro execs, all the cigarette advertising agencies and shit back in the day. Highest Boxabon, also a chunker. Boxabon is allowed to be a chunker. That one's legitimately hard. See? All these sweeps that you did actually helped me. Thank you. 0.44. I assume people are smart enough. Dude, you can't, like, they're spending billions and billions of dollars to, like, convince people of this shit. Like, it's like, were people dumb for smoking cigarettes when doctors were smoking cigarettes? No, they just lied their asses off a bunch. There are a lot of ways that things can shake out, Jess. Um, the cool thing is that a lot of tech does asymmetrically favor individuals. So, like, my small model RL, for instance, you basically can't lock this behind closed doors in a lab because people can just run it on their laptops. Eventually, we will get to a point where the models get really small and are still very capable, and they kind of just, like, can't do anything about it. That'll be great. One can write good code snippets. Not really. You can write working code snippets. You can even write fast code snippets a lot of the time, but they're still bad. Oops. No, it's not the crypto and NFTs. I don't think that's fair. The crypto and NFT people, that was just dumb. Like, that was just people being fucking stupid. Um, this is much, much, much better of a scam. And the thing is, like, it's the fact that they're even, like, misleading the public as a whole. It's kind of like, a side effect of them mostly misleading investors and shit, and regulators. Because they mostly just care that businesses are using as many credits as possible. All of, like, the fear-mongering over, like, "Oh, will AI just do all the jobs and shit?" That's kind of just, like, side effect. There's a difference between being misled and being willfully stupid, Jess. We still flame the people who like being willfully stupid. I don't know. When people ask me, like, hey, why should I bother trying to learn anything if the language model is just going to be better than me? I just be like, well, you probably shouldn't. Drop out of college, go to trade school, you'll be happier. But, that's kind of just the extreme case. The correct level of abstraction for code is code. It's not English. You can sometimes shortcut certain things where, like, you can basically describe what you want precisely enough given the existing code base. There's only one way of doing the thing. But in general, the correct level of abstraction is code. Where can I learn more about the RL and the stuff I work on? X.com/JSuarez. If you just click my articles tab on there, I have lots of educational material, but I also have like research articles on all of our latest breakthroughs. No score. Ugh. Who did this env come from, anyways? Jack B. Why's my room so dark? The brightest it gets, really? That's weird. My camera's usually fine in the in this. I only knew about Neural MMO. What is Puffer? Puffer is what I've been building for the last 3 years. It is the fastest general purpose reinforcement learning library. We use it for games, control, various industrial sims, and I'm currently working on the 5.0 release, which brings training up to 60 million steps per second on the high end on a single GPU. Couple algorithm simplifications and improvements, whole bunch of new environments, new state-of-the-art results, and so on. Yeah, I'm still using my keyboard. Wait until you hear that I'm still using my brain, too. That's a real shocker in this day and age. Though this does not particularly count as it. Well, I don't know. This was kind of a little bit of a clever setup. Because this is just a whole bunch of sort of dumb manual work. This was kind of a clever setup, I'd say. Just a little. Making a library optimized. Well, in our case, to give you an idea, there's a huge amount of CUDA optimization and simplification. We have a custom architecture that only really makes sense because of all of the high perf stuff we've done. Like, we have a literal custom model architecture that is better than your normal LSTM and much, much faster. We have our own hyperparam sweep tools and algorithm, which again only makes sense because of how fast everything is. We have our own visualization tools to handle the massive, massive amounts of data that we produce from all of this, because we got sick of, like, Wannabe being a laggy piece of crap. What else? Algorithm improvements. We do algorithm side research. We build more and more environments and sims for testing as our algorithms get better. Quite a lot of stuff here. That's more what building Puffer entails than building, like, any old library entails. So we can get 18K in 2 hours, 17.8 in 85 minutes. I am basically just streaming this all weekend, though. The dev at the moment is pretty chill, because I'm just having to test all the environments. It's more pre-release work than it is just core dev, right? At this point. Um, I did some refactoring early today, though, for several hours, so I guess that counts, right? Oh, heh, we have 40 people watching between Twitch and YouTube. Hello, everyone. Aren't all the RL people supposed to be at RLC this weekend? But yeah, I'll be here all weekend pretty much. Anybody wants to hang out and chat RL stuff or whatever. Env is 4%, model is 94%. Well, we kind of expected that, Jess. What's the SPS? Nice. Okay. Oop. Pillar. Okay, that was an easy fix. That was an easy fix. I changed the reward function to the reward function that I suggested Yassine. Um, when he was doing like the multi-pendulum crap. I don't think anybody did. I just have the double one. We might just make it end pendulum. That might be a fun one to push. What did Wood get on Go? RL optimization? No, I mean, I kind of do a lot of different things within RL. Puffer is more of like my comprehensive effort to make RL sane, stable, broadly useful. So it just turns out that a lot of what was holding RL back was not the algorithms; it was the pure infrastructure and speed. So a lot of it goes into that, and there is still some work that goes into the algorithm because that's not unimportant, right? Same with the architecture. Our new architecture is pretty good. Constellation, visualization toolkit, I made this. This is super nice because now I can just say How can I use this in medicine? Actually, the area that I am most interested in seeing Puffer applied longer term is in low-level molecular simulation for biology and material science, but I think biology first and foremost. I don't know enough about that area yet, frankly. I'm still kind of just focused on the core of RL because a lot of the time the failure cases in RL are very unintuitive, and I really want it to be super stable and consistent before we try it in an area that is dramatically harder to interpret results. But I think that that will happen within the next year or so. Puffer's been getting much, much better at a very rapid pace. It's almost there. Couple last things that are still weird. Any blogs? Yeah, we have blogs. Let's follow on X. Right here, this article here. High throughput recurrent network for Pufferlib 4.0. There you go. Visualizing 20,000 experiments with Constellation. Engineering behind 20 million step per second RL training. Lots of posts. So there's educational stuff there, but then there's also like just our latest research. What makes you want to focus on biology? Curing disease in general. It's the important problem for all of us at some point, fundamentally. Hello. So, things that we fixed, by the way, already. Heart pole blaster, double pendulum. Asteroids should be solved, I'm guessing. 2488 will be good. Box bun, that's reproing. All the other ones that solved out of the box are on here. You can see, I wonder if it updated double pendulum. Did it update this? It didn't update the perf yet. I'll have it do that. What am I working on now? I'm basically just working on going through all of the envs. Um, Look, we have all of these different envs in Puffer. See? It's a huge number of different environments. You can actually see them all here. So these are all different games, simulations, test tasks, you know? And I have a vast box with 8 GPUs. And I'm essentially just having Grok go through and run experiments and say, hey, this one is not working. This one's not getting the score that we got from last version. This one is getting the score, but it's taking too long. Like, all the different problems. And I'm kind of just like using it to orchestrate very, very basic experiments because in my head, I roughly know for all of these environments, I know the state of the code of them, and I know roughly like how stable they are, what needs to be done when like some of them are slightly unfinished. So I'm basically just orchestrating a bunch of relatively simple test work at the moment. I have to do this every version. Usually I do it manually and it takes forever. So I just basically spend 3 weeks being miserable right before launch. So instead of that, we're trying it this way. I'm still going to have to do some of it manually, but I'm hoping I only need to do it for like 3 or 5 M's instead of 50. How's life in MIT? Best college for science related careers. I think for graduate school, yes. I mean, how was MIT? It's very different being there for grad school because you're kind of just there doing research in a lab. Um, I worked with a few smart people there. My work was still pretty individual. I would say my advisor was good. I didn't have to deal with a lot of the bullshit that you have to deal with at worse universities. That's generally the main perk. At least if you are already you have your own research agenda and you know roughly what you need to be doing. Oh, the harness thing, this is literally just like Grok build, like the default thing. Um I really don't care much about this language model, that language model. The thing that's nice with Grok is it's just fast. That's the main reason. Feifei? That was when I was way younger. I did a little bit of research with Justin in undergrad, but mostly when I was still in high school. It was very cool. I mean, that's when they were still working on the various uh classification competitions. Olga was there, Carpathy was there. Justin was doing visual genome. I did some very janky ML work for that I'm sure was not super useful, as well as some data labeling that I'm sure was super useful, but kind of whatever. I don't know. I ran some CombNets. I trained some classifiers. They weren't very good. I learned some basic research though, and I got a sort of a head start on how do you do research 101. I understood actually a fair amount of the technicals all the way back then. I just didn't have any research common sense whatsoever. That just takes a few years to develop. Any lessons from those legends? I think that the coolest thing that I would say came out of the coolest thing that you can publicly see from that era is CS231N. They made the best ML course by a mile. And they got a lot of the subtler points right that all the other material at the time, and there wasn't very much of it, would get wrong. So much so, it's pretty much the only piece of educational content I still recommend heavily in ML overall. I think that you can kind of see their level of knowledge through that quite well. A lot of the early fundamental papers, I think back then, those were pretty cool to see. In retrospect, I can kind of see the way that they did things, but frankly, like at 16 and brand new to research, I probably wasn't developed enough in research to fully appreciate a lot of what they could do there. But I still within a couple years after that, I was already doing my own stuff relatively decently. I did my own little bit of language modeling research. I set Soda on one of the research grade tasks at one point. I published that. I had this really weird vision architecture that was assembled per question instance. That was kind of interesting. And then pretty early on, I think by my sophomore summer is when I already started Neural MMO. The rest is history. What courses? 231N. Still available publicly. And my guides recommend it quite heavily. What time is it? Almost 5. Time flies, jeez. Where the heck did I put this? Where's my window? Ah. Oops. I forget what the port was. Why does localhost Google localhost by default? That's awful. I think Snake has... Let's see, posted Snake at some point. Right. You post Snake? I think you did. Snake. Yes, you did. I found it. How are my chat messages? It's not pre-recorded. What? Pre-recorded screen. Wait, do you think I'm like playing VODs or something? I'm obviously responding to things in the chat. AI is not that good, guys. Yeah, this is just my OBS overlay. It's going through Restream, so there's a little bit of chat delay, and I'm also doing a bunch of stuff at the same time, so I'm missing some messages. Um, but yeah, it's just like the typical Restream overlay. I'm live on X, YouTube, and Twitch whenever I'm streaming my dev. Though Restream does occasionally mess up on one of those. This random live? No. If you check the history, actually, there's this fun graphic I have from my last release. I'm sure I'm not going to stream anywhere near this number of hours for this latest release, but my article here, this was the engineering article. The thumbnail is just every single stream that I did. It was like 900 hours of dev streams in 6 months. I haven't been super consistent lately because it's the summer, and I don't know. Puffer 4 was a lot of work, so I'm still working hard, but not as psychotically hard as I was for Puffer 4. I'm still streaming a decent amount, a few days a week at least. Try to ask what's the hard... It's just Grok build. It's just like the standard Grok thing. I really don't... Like, I'm not an LLM power user. Like, I really don't care, like, oh, what's the latest model or whatever. I was using Grok 4.5 for the last, like, bunch of time before 6 came out. Like, the main thing I care about is it's just fast. Because, like, the models all get stuff wrong constantly for me anyways. Like, I don't think that they're that good. So I'd rather at least have them be fast. And then I can correct stuff. Particularly because when you'll see me doing engineering tasks, You'll see me using them for just like couple line edits at a time for the most part. Not so much for refactoring, but for any new, like new kernel code or whatever. If you're real, I'm subbing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have this is me on X. I post reinforcement learning content. I stream all of my dev. Pufferlib is free. It's open source. You can get it at puffer.ai. If you want to help me for free, you start the repo. We have all of our experiment data public here. Here are all of the different environments. You can literally watch neural nets play them in your browser. This is an agent running live in your browser. You can train most of these models in seconds on a laptop, and it gets faster every version. That's Puffer. The current release is going to be... I worked very, very hard at this. The new release is going to be under 10k total lines for everything. That took a lot of work. It was like 15k lines. Spent a lot of time trimming it. Okay, Snake is running. It keeps forgetting as well to ask me about the other ends. Burnt out more easily. Honestly, I just find myself doing much shorter work days a lot of the time. Um, Whenever I'm doing this type of stuff. There's still large chunks of my work where like the AI is not even particularly useful and I prefer to do stuff manually. Like if I'm ever writing new environments, I still will end up wanting to write pretty much all the code manually. It's mostly for refactoring and maintenance work that you see me using more AI. But like even then, on the core, like these things produce awful, awful, awful code. Like it's a huge number of manual iterations to get to something that's decent, right? You can't just say like, oh, make it better, make it shorter, follow this, what like it the thing at a very fundamental level does not understand how to write good code. Like something as simple as, hey, you have this duplicated here, and even though there's a dependency here, if you move this chunk of code here first, you don't need to duplicate it and you break the dependency loop. Like basic stuff like that. If you do it in a context it's not super familiar with, like high-perf CUDA dev, it makes really, really basic logical errors. I don't know how else to say it. Like, it looks like, oh, it's pretty good. Look, it's doing stuff in this CUDA space, like this like complex hyperf CUDA space. But the thing is, once you have the domain knowledge to do stuff in that space, like the logical errors it makes are errors that you would not expect a 12-year-old to make. So you just get this really alien feeling thing where like everybody is out there like, oh, look, it's amazing. But actually it's very, very, very limited. It's still useful, very useful, but it's not AGI. Definitely not AGI. Target env. Okay, I'm waiting for it to give me back some results. Was this thing being dumb? Bruh, it's got like 3 GPUs. Yeah, honestly, the most important thing in my mind is just making the models faster. Because, like, I don't expect them to be able to just make the models actually smart. Like, that's just not going to happen anytime soon. Um, if they just made the models like 10x faster, though, that would be way, way, way useful. Actually, I saw OpenAI was doing that with their custom hardware, and that sounds pretty cool, but I'm sure it's going to be ludicrously expensive, so bleh. Okay, waiting for Snake to finish. Config seems to roughly repro. Wait. Not ideal. Okay, we'll have to resweep a little bit. I would be surprised if it's actually decent. Last I checked, the Gemini models have just been really, really shit. Like, unusably bad. I also did not like the way that they set everything up. They just made everything really opaque and obnoxious. A little weird that 2048. No, 2048's known to have a little bit of score perf. Yes. Oh, oops. Oops. Make up numbers. Uh, Snake? Is Snake not on here? Snake is not on here. Yeah, I think I pasted wrong. We got 110. Oh yeah, do we have sanities? Nice. Oh, Pac-Man. Cool. I can actually get some of these to work. Lots of these skip dams. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lots we can fix. Lots we can fix. Mhm. Lots of ends we can fix. Unless it doesn't work. Okay. Hopefully I'm mostly done. I really want to do a microscope arm on Puffer. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. We do need to figure out. I honestly, one of the big things I need to do is I need to take all the M's that have screwy perf numbers, and I need to find a way to rescale them so that one means the policy is good. Mm. Yep, that's insta-solved. Cool. I'm thinking we make Constellation like a top 20. What do you think, guys? Because there are a lot of M's that really just don't need sweeps, and like we solve them. It's solved. Maybe we ship some fast hypers with it or whatever. Maybe we do a little sweep, but like it really doesn't need to have a full Pareto front for any purpose. Am I working on pre-release stuff? We got all these M's, they all need testing. All these different environments. Oops, not these. All these environments, lots of them need testing. And well, I don't have the binaries working locally, so I can't preview them. But I have a 8 GPU box for running lots of experiments, and we're kind of just troubleshooting some of the ones that aren't working fully yet. Tetris here, this has been running 10 minutes. Terraform's been going. Slime Volley's a little weird. Lots of M's. What we doing? Hardware's Hardware's good. But yeah, Rware the regression was just a port error. This is what I figured. Like half of the M's that don't work are just going to be minor port errors. Very minor porting errors. So Pareto front is easy to compute from the sweep glitzy. It's just more so like what M's are worth bothering to report the results on. Games developed. Some are developed by me. Some of them are developed by the community. They're not all games. We have like the highest perf open source self-driving sim and a good drone sim in here as well. Let me use the restroom real quick and we'll check on this for another, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes before dinner. All right. Stuck on the same problem since morning. Well, I'm doing very easy work at the moment, to be fair. This is like very easy stuff. This morning, some of the the refactoring stuff this morning took a fair bit of thought. And the kernel like changes. Hey Jess. 231N. It's literally on YouTube. Like, it's Stanford CS 231N. Okay, Terraform's good. Fast template for me. Suffer with setup. I mean, the vast template is really... Yes, actually, they could, but it's really easy at this point. You literally just grab a CUDA base image with like 256 gigs. All right? You grab the install script and you run install.sh. That's it. Because you don't even need PyTorch anymore or anything, right? Like, you don't need Python, you don't need PyTorch, you don't need anything. You just need the base CUDA deps and you're good. Last time I used fast. Yeah, 3.0 is way more work, right? Because then you have the whole CUDA stack, but also PyTorch, and now PyTorch has the wrong CUDA that it shipped with, but you need the CUDA that it doesn't. Like, it's a mess. Nice job with your regex, my guy. Hoarding Mocha, we get 167 byte obs. Okay, that's pretty good. And then we expand it into 332. 140k, 1.9 mil SPS on 8. I would suspect, based on the model size, Jess, that if that architecture is good, the kernels can be very, very heavily optimized. That would be my expectation. So, I mean, 1.9 mil SPS is fast enough to play it a little bit and see if it does something miraculous. If it doesn't, then, well, sucks. But it was like 100k per amps, right? There's no way you can't get 100k per amp architecture into the millions of SPS. I don't believe it. It's not that many flops. You might have to go to pretty big batches to get it to be effective, but it should be doable. Going to check some things. Stick with defaults. Well, I mean, pick something that you can actually sweep, right, Jess? You basically, you adjust the time step range for sweeps based on the hardware that you actually have to allocate, that you can still get hundreds of experiments at least. And ideally, you want to start your sweep with like a reasonably decent set of hypers, if you can. I'm gonna head to dinner in like 10 minutes, maybe a little less. So before I forget, for folks that are watching, if you're new around here, you like just watching research done live, you're interested in RL, whatever it may be, take a moment. Puffer.ai, start the repo on GitHub. It's free. It actually helps me out a lot. Discord is where you can get involved with dev, and all the other RL content is on X. Back to code. Okay, Connect 4 finished. Tower climb is still climbing. Drone only hit. We landed a separate... Yeah, we landed a separate fix for that. Okay, looks good. 6 GPUs loaded at least. Power climb. Any events? Gonna break it up. I'll point something helpful. I'm gonna go check your robotic arm PR, man. We're gonna see based on that. Render work with eval. You have to do puffer render or like dot slash render, whatever. Jess, I have to fix that. That's one of the things I've been meaning to fix, so that you will be able to just have it render by default. Um, yeah, I gotta go get some food. So thank you, everyone. It is currently 5:42 p.m. I should be back in about an hour, so 7, and I think I'll probably stream another 2 or 3 hours tonight. Um, I have the full weekend open to myself, and other than getting a little bit of exercise in over it, I pretty much just want to grind pre-release. And Monday as well. I have basically all of Monday open until the late evening. So, thanks everyone.